Good afternoon, everyone. Just getting set up here. Haven't streamed in a while, and OBS changed as well, so I was like, what? What is this new UI you have, OBS? Okay. I have not figured out how I'm gonna do this GraphQL stuff quite yet, but that's fine. Okay. GraphQL. Okay. Let me check one more thing here. What are we using at work for this? If I check. Okay, so we're doing that. Right. On the client side, which is really what I would prefer just to have. I'm trying to avoid having a middleware. Yeah, so we have this, which does, okay. PM.js. And this should have it getting started, which it does. Okay, cool. So I could close this work thing. All right. Hello. All right, so let's just go ahead and dive right in immediately. So what I'm going to be working on today is the roadmap for the roadmap page for the Buddies of Budgie website. This is one of the pages that I really want to get done before the launch of the site itself. And the reason for that is because I want to provide some transparency into what we're going to be doing from a community and technical perspective for Budgie 10 and Budgie 11. So for those that are not aware, the Buddies of Budgie website is written in Next.js. So if I go ahead and I want to say yarn run, say yarn dev. Yes, I updated it so it uses Turbo repo now, but there's still a few quirks and things I need to work out for it. But so the reason why it's giving a blank page is it's dynamically generating this for the first time. So this is what the current state of the website is. So let me zoom in here a little bit so you guys can actually see it a bit better. Traditional header, like big hero banner, some basic information, which this might change. For example, I'm not really a big fan of having this big raven thing on the side. And then sort of just a little snippet about customization. But the content itself is always going to be like a little bit bare bones before launch, and it'll get refined over time. And then this is sort of what the current implementation of the blog will look like if we compare that to the actual Buddies Budgie blog, which is based on Ghost. So Ghost in this case will, once the website launches, be more of a headless CMS. The content will still be there and you can still access it, but it'll mostly exist just for the API. So this is what it looks like on the Go side, but this is what it'll look like on the actual the website side. And if I do an inspect here, I don't actually remember, so it's not fully responsive, as in like I haven't done all the work for, like, for example, a mobile menu. But if I go into this, it should, yes, it does resize and then go into like a linear list, well, vertical list here. And then when it has enough dimensions, it has like this sort of section here that displays some of the most recent featured blog posts, and then just more blog posts below. So yeah, at some point I will get pagination working, which actually maybe, I don't know if it actually works already. Probably not. I think this, yeah, this is trying to load a blog with the stub of, or slug of 2 instead of page 2. That's okay. But what we are going to be working on is taking this sort of GitHub projects board here. So if I go to like Budgie 10 here, taking all this information, right? So it's just a boring old board with some Kanban optional. Taking this and taking the labels, which there'll be some refinements on that as well, to do an in progress and done, and creating something more akin to this. So we'll have sort of a hero text about what it is, so a roadmap, and the fact that it will also evolve alongside the organization and the community software, and that it's partially generated from GitHub. And then it'll have sort of the current, upcoming, and future releases, or series of releases. So current being 10.6, upcoming being 10.7 feature release series, and then 11 being like the major release series, the next one. We have a section here for Budgie 10, so a little bit of text explaining what it is. And then we start diving into sort of Budgie 11. And I'm not entirely sure, as you can see, it's quite incomplete, what I'm going to have here. I'm a bit hesitant to reference this board because so many of the items are in a state where they need to be RFC'd. And we're not quite at that phase yet. We're pretty close, though. Something that I want to actually start doing once we hit, well, once 10.7 is out, and, you know, maybe we have a minor release for 10.7 underneath our belts, and people are looking towards 10.8. What I want to do is focus on the Rust components, like the daemon and the window manager. I'm going to start like diving into those immediately. So there will already be things in the works regarding 11, while everybody else is focused on 10. And I think that's a good way of doing things. So there's still some progress and momentum going forward for 11, and it'll also give me the opportunity to sort of dog food and sort of get my beak wet, my Budgie beak wet in Rust again. So, anyways, so what we have here is we have in progress, and these might change as well, to do and done, and these are dedicated buttons. So when you would select each one, it would change these items, of course, based off the status, and we might have additional filters. Not all these are being done by Eben Yeager, but the point is to show an avatar of the person. Like if it's an issue, reference that. If it's a milestone, reference that. If it's a PR, do that, and so on. So have something like that. And then if there's more than 6 items, we cap it at 6 and then show a scene more. So that's the idea. How far we're actually going to get implementing that remains to be seen, but we'll find out. So let's just do a GitHub npm and see if there is well, they do have a GitHub package, but it's been deprecated and it's been renamed to OctoKit REST. So I want to take a look at this to see if we need to use the GraphQL things, which I would kind of prefer, but if this OctoKit thing is sufficient, we might do that instead. But let's go ahead and check their README. So they have more documentation here. Okay, so you have authentication, which is using a personal access token, which is kind of frustrating that they don't have like organization specific ones, because I'd really like to generate a Buddies of Budgie org one that only works for Buddies of Budgie, as opposed to a personal token where it's like you could read my public repositories and some of my public data. And it's like a key for me that happens to be able to connect to Buddies of Budgie stuff because I'm in the org. Because that also applies to private stuff, unless you explicitly opt in for it to only be public, the public repositories. So that's kind of annoying. All right, so you define an app, a user agent. I'm not really sure what's with the preview stuff, API previews. Base URLs, you have pull requests, endpoint registering. All right, so if we do, they probably do not support projects v2 here, which is why we would want to use the GraphQL bits, because they support an org, the org level GraphQL stuff. Yeah, so that's the org name. And can we get projects? I could spell it correctly. That's the repo projects. Well, maybe projects beta is available. Let's see. Yeah, we won't worry about this. We'll use the GraphQL side of things. It'll take some more digging around, but that's okay. They do have a public schema, so we could use that. We could perform introspection, or I could download the GraphQL schema doc file, which I don't really want to do at the moment because I don't need the entire thing. Of course, the problem is that there isn't like anything that I could possibly do. Let's see. Yeah, so curl JQ. It's introspective, query schema to list all. Yeah. That's what I'd like to do, but... Oh, actually, I might be able to use the Explorer, because I think I signed into the Explorer, and that allowed me to mess around with it, so... Let's see. This is a instance of it. Yes, so if I go... Should be logged in. Yep, so if I do the public schema introspection query... This should give me everything. Yeah, so do organization stuff as well. Let me zoom in to a bunch of these tabs. And do let me know if the text is too small and I could zoom in. It's fine. So we want one actually for the name being the organization. So let's just go ahead and copy this. And then change that name, so I don't have to write the schema. And then we're going to do organization. Yeah, so we have organization and projects v2. So let's see. Name. Okay. They have, let's see. That just provides me the name information. I could hide this. All right. Yeah, so that gets me the type of it. And then what I want to do is this discovering? Yeah, that just links to this. Forming calls. So this is the following scopes that I need. To match the behavior of it. So I don't need to match the behavior. I don't need like package information as an example. Yeah, mutations, some repositories. I don't want it to be the viewer repositories. I want it to be the organization. Yeah, so it's repository owner. Let's see. Let's go back to the schema here. This is just kind of part of it, like before I even really start writing the GraphQL stuff. I kind of need to figure out what data is accessible. Wow, there's a lot of project stuff here. I don't need all these. See. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's org invite, and then we have org two-factor, SAML stuff. So let's do name, organization. All right, here we go. So we have email, ID. So let's open up a new thing here. So we have, well, actually I could probably do it here. Do a query. Query is going to be organization. Sure, login. I don't think that's what it is, but Budgie, so Budgie. Double check. Let's get name. Don't know if this will work, but if we go clear down here, yeah, okay, it did. So organization name, Buddy's a Budgie. So it did actually find it. Great. So we have that. Let's go ahead and delete it for a second though. And rerun this. And the reason for that is I want to copy the schema and just dump it in a new thing here. So that way we don't have to, we can clear out all the schema stuff here, and that should make it a bit cleaner. Okay, so we're gonna go to this organization. Now let's find it here again, name. It's gonna be organization. And it needs to be titleized correctly, which it's not doing by default. Yeah. Okay. Then we want projects v2, which is going to be a list of the projects. We need to query them. And hello, Winnie Linux. Don't think that's really going to do anything. What is... Oh, it is actually providing... Let's see. What's he on about here? Want all the projects. I want the individual items of that project. So that's the creation of the payload. It's a draft issue. This is the stuff underneath the organization, which actually, come to think of it, milestone. Milestones will be useful. Granted, those are milestones in the specific org, so that might need to be hand curated, unless I read it from the name Budgie desktop. And from that, I'm going to want the milestones. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so it's not liking this because the project's v2, but let's just try this. Mixing, let's see, must provide a first or last value to properly paginate. Okay. Let's do states of open, maybe. Has an invalid. Okay, well, what is the fields null? It's of type enum. Okay. Alright, I guess this is probably why they recommended downloading the actual GraphQL public schema. Right, let's download this. Save it. Go ahead and back to this. Go to schema, and we're gonna see if we could just drag it in here. Nice. Okay. We'll have the old schema stuff here on the right hand side. All right. So we have. Let's go back to this Explorer. We have organization. The name of the organization. Let's search for milestone enum, which does not exist. It might be declared as enum stone milestone state. So it's going to be state open, all caps. Oh, just what says open, like that. Okay. And it wants a first or last. If we query this, state. So I want the first. Let's do first 3, maybe. Is that an idea? So that provides us the nodes now. Okay. We don't just want that. Skip forward. There we go. So that'll provide me milestone nodes. So this is a milestone connection. Milestone connection has page info, node type. So type milestone implements closable. So we need the description. I don't really need the ID for it. Yeah, we don't really need the issues for it. Or PRs against it at the moment. Title, I think. Yeah, so 10.7, 10.8, 10.9. Oh, we could probably have the do on. Yeah, which is they consider a date time. But what is their date time? Type date time. Oh, it might be just a GraphQL scalar. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so it's going to be a RSC 3339 or ISO 8601, basically. Okie dokie. Well, we don't need the do on information. Like, we really only want to query the information we absolutely need to. So we have our edges for the milestones. So what this will be useful for is, well, I guess we don't have a milestone for 10.6. Which is maybe not ideal. So we go Budgie desktop. I think the milestone was closed because 10.6 was released. So if I get, oh yeah, well, I could work with this actually. So if we do milestones, and I have multiple queries of the same one. First one states closed. I'm gonna do edges, and we're just gonna have title. So this should provide, yeah, okay. Oh, no, it's edges node. Yeah, but it's conflicting with the other one. First one states closed. Yeah, I mean, what I could do is, instead of, we could just get the milestones. We don't need, let's see. Yeah, we'll get the first, like, I guess it doesn't really matter, like, because well, it sort of does matter, but we really only need the latest closed one and whatever's upcoming. We really only need 2, but the problem is we don't know how many patch releases of a bug fix release we've put out. For example, like, there's no way to have predicted that 10.6.4 would be a thing, you know, that we'd have 4 bug fix releases for that. So, I mean, I guess what I could do is like 10, just get all of them, and then what I could do is if I do type milestone again, we could get whether or not it's closed. We could get the closed at. So this will indicate, okay, this is closed, and what we can do is run a filter to get the most recent closed, and then based off that, we can see, okay, for our versioning, is this like a 10.6 or is this like a 10.6.1 and then trim off the end? So just split it on the period, so that way we have major, minor, and then patch, and then just interpolate them again, so it's 10.6. So this will work. It'll provide us maybe too much information, but it do be like that sometimes. They do have URL. URL will actually be useful. That way we don't have to actually do that ourselves. So yeah, we have milestone URLs here. So that'll be good. So this will provide us the information that we need for, if I go back to the Figma. And I know it's a bit difficult to see, especially here, I'll do this just for now. This will basically provide us the GraphQL stuff that we have here. So in theory, this could be auto-generated. And now we just need to do this stuff, right? Which is kind of the bigger things. So these are part of the project v2 stuff. So this is going to be, because it's not a traditional project. So they have like a dedicated v2 thing for these. Have Figma alternatives been considered? Not really. Yes, I'm aware of the Adobe acquisition. However, to be quite honest, it hasn't really impacted, like, it's so early on that there's been no actual changes as a result of it. And therefore I haven't really felt a need to move yet to anything else. Penpot is something I will consider, because it is like the most viable Figma alternative, but like we use Figma at work I've used Figma for a while. I used Figma at my old job. So it's just kind of one of those things where, like, you know, you're used to it, so you don't really want to change. to be quite honest. So we do projects. Projects. Interesting. Project v2. All right, what about projects v2? Project v2. Why doesn't it want to? Oh, maybe let's disable this for now. Projects v2. Okay. So these are our milestones. I mean, hell, I would go so far as saying penplot is like the only alternative. Because I think they have like a hosted option, but otherwise you could like deploy it. And it's open source. And there's like stuff like Sketch, but most of the people I know that used to use Sketch have actually moved over to Figma. So we don't really need a query. Do we need to order them? I guess technically we could order by something. Field number is equal to, let's see. Direction. Oh yeah, we could do it by field. I don't actually know how I'm supposed to do field. Am I supposed to do the subquery? As the input. Believe it or not, I'm not terribly familiar with GraphQL. It's only been something I've learned about fairly recent. There's another open source alternative which can import from Figma. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. QuantUX. It's the only free open source. No. I mean, I'm hovering over it and it's providing me some like information. It says QuantUX is the only free open source prototyping, design, and test and learn in one tool. I mean that's certainly a way of phrasing it. I could say, like, Budgie is the only free open source desktop environment with a side panel that has widgets for modifying your audio input and output, and simultaneously also has notification grouping. Like I could pile on caveats to be suddenly the only and free and first and whatever. So let's ignore the query for now because I'm Pipeg. So let's order by. Let's try this, even if I struggle with it. KDE Plasma though. Yeah, I mean KDE Plasma, like, let's be honest, it's pretty good. I won't deny that. It's not for me, but I definitely understand why people would want to use it. We'll order by title. Did I just figure that out? Am I actually not entirely stupid? Wow, it's quite something, isn't it? Okay, so this will provide us an actual list of projects. So we have a connection here, which then is, if it wants to, let's see, projects v2. Let's see, edges, node. What information does it have? Has readme? Oh no, there's so much. Is it readme? Is this supposed to be it? Alright, type, project v2. Yeah, here we go. At least they're friendlier than a certain other major DE. This is true. They will actually go out of their way to fix theming issues, not rip theming away from you. Oh well. Yeah, let's go with readme. The readme isn't, I don't think, gonna have any information. Oh, do you actually want order? Let's see, sort. Let's see, direction. Descending, I guess, if you really want that. Alright, I mean, that succeeded. No edge information. Oh, you know what? It's probably because... let's see. So we have readme. Let's do name. Is it fields? Name? What do they call it? Field. Okay. Let's see. Field is missing a requirement. Projects v2. So close that, created, creator. We don't need any of that information. Nobody cares that I created something. It's not relevant. I do want the meta information though, like the field. Name of the field. Oh, right. README repositories. Oh, it's probably just called title. We do title here. It's still interesting. Is this order by maybe that's messing with it? Or am I just doing the query wrong? I might be doing the query wrong. What about nodes? See a project name? Yeah. We have projects. What if we just do nodes ID? That doesn't seem right. Edges. Node. So, okay, let's look at this. Could be project v2. The item at the end of the edge, right? So if we do type project v2. So it implements closable, node, and updatable. Yeah, so it has items, which is good. It has owner, has public. Node. Repositories is linked to the URL. Oh, no, I am just a Pepega. Okay. I was doing it within the scope of the repository. That would do it, wouldn't it? You know, maybe we should do it like this. Let's fix this indentation. Let me guess, it's gonna work now. Whoa, who would have thought? Look, it works. Alright, title. So this should provide us the title. So yep, Budgie 10, Budgie 11, and then we want to query the items. So this is going to hopefully be, we take a look at the site, these right here. And we will do, let's go explore again. Alright, and then we're gonna do, I want to have the meta information. Oh, we can do items here, I guess. I don't really want, so this is after string. Okay, but this will provide us a project v2 item connection with nodes. Do I need the edge? I don't think so. But it's consistent with everything else, which is just nodes. Then we have the actual item itself, which is then going to have the creator. We don't need that. The content refers, so we do want content. I'll fill that out in a moment. We want... Do we want field? Definitely want to filter. I guess we can't filter here. Is archived. We want the type. So for this item content, so this is a union of multiple different types. So it could be draft issue, or pull request, which doesn't make too much sense to me because you can also just have a milestone item itself. Oh, but you know what? I think they consider that internally as a draft issue. So if we do type draft issue, let's just get the URL. Which it doesn't want to reference. Oh yeah, because I guessed it. Oh no, this should have. Turn down the music a bit. Draft issue. Have assignees. Body HTML, body text, creator ID. Project it belongs to. Well, it has a title, at the very least. Let's just go with this for now. Missing pagination boundaries. Well, we really only care about the first 7, technically. Well, I kind of want as many as I can, but it's a shame I can't just say return literally all. Like I can't type all. Can't type. Well, can't type -1. Will -1 do anything? Invalid pagination. Has to be. Yeah. Okay. First 0. Will that just give me all of them? No. No, it didn't. Alright. No, first 15. Yeah, so this is providing issues, pull request issue, draft issue. None of them are archived. We want the title, which is part of the draft issue or issue. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I saw, was it deprecated? Content ID will be removed. Reason, Project Next is deprecated in favor of more capable Project V2 API. Yeah, that's fine. Type Project V2. Now we need items. Item connection. Let's see. Do. Needs to be, well, so, okay, we have our items. You type so it implements node. content. Can I just do content here? Will that get all of it, or is it expecting something else? It's an empty object. Okay, let's see. Field by value, or field value by name. Name is going to be, let's take a look at Budgie 11. Title. Doesn't contain any information there. But that has no information. Let's see. Oh, that's just okay. Oh my god, this actually has information on the side. Wow. Okay. I feel dumb now, but I'm not surprised. Both by the fact that I feel dumb and also by the fact that it is able to do that. It has items. Draft issue within a project. Yes, the types that could possibly be, right. So these all implement node and assignable. So assignable is good. So we need what, content? Or is it because they implement it? Let's see. So this is within the items. We have nodes, we have content. Within the content, can I reference? Assignee? Here maybe? No. How is it expecting me to query for that information? If anybody here knows GraphQL, then you are more than welcome to hint and backseat. I am perfectly happy with that. Because it means less time I have to mess around with any of this. Let's see. That would be a PR. So we would build in for the type here, which is quite handy. So we're able to visually differentiate them between milestone item, issue, and pull request. Let's see, database ID. It has that content. Types that could be inside project items. Yeah, so if we go here, let's see, GitHub query project p2 item content. Let's see. Content. Oh, so you had to do this. Let's see, returns a connection. So I guess this is infer if it's like a draft issue, get the title. Okay. What is this? Let's find out. Let's look at the GraphQL spec. Graph spec. Okay, maybe it doesn't have to be the actual spec itself, but GraphQL. Let's see. Let's go with working draft. It's a punctuator. Oh, because it's a fragment. Okay. Yeah. What are you doing? It's an inline fragment. Okay. Got it. All right. Let's do this then. ... On draft issue, we want the title. Let's also do, can I just do ... title? Will that do it based on any other type? No. Sad face. Let's see. Because in theory, they all should have a title, right? On can I do a comma separation? No. Can I do this? Or what about draft issue? All right, well, that's okay. Let's take a look at the spec. See if I'm missing something here. So inline fragments. So do @include. So they could be used to apply a directive. If expanded info. Well, what directives are there? Directives. Okay. Let's just do it this way for now. So we have on draft. So when we have a draft issue, let's see. Stop providing us the actual ID of it. But we can get the assignees. The problem is I feel like there's going to be a lot of duplication here. But maybe that's just out of necessity. Assignees. First. We want nodes. From that node, we want avatar URL, size. We'll go with 120. Let's see. I don't need their company info. I really just need the person's. Let's see. I don't care about that. Can I just want their URL? Maybe it's just literally URL. Alright, let's try this. Yeah, so support for minor architectures, nice. It's a draft issue. Oh right, I guess it's because it's a draft issue, it's not necessarily going to have a, well, I mean, it can have an assignee, I guess. So maybe we'll keep all this on issue. This feels like the wrong way to go about this. But let's find out. Okay, yeah. So we have Sarah bit here. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's actually get their. Let's get their name. Search here, name, user's public profile name. We could have that in the tooltip. Let's see. Oh, I only added it on the PR, so let me add it everywhere. So this had on draft issue. Let's see, inline fragments, type conditions. I mean, yeah, I guess I could just have this as a fragment. So if I do this, right? And I go fragment, let's name this fragment project item desired info. Is this gonna be but what if I wanted to have I know I could do it inline. Could apply a directive to a group of fields. If expanded info. Okay, so I guess what I might be able to do is include if so how is it doing here? Expanded info is Boolean. Let's try this. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Or if I even need to designate the type, to be fair. Unexpected end of document. I'm missing it. Am I missing multiple curly braces? Selections can't be made directly on unions. Well, that's disappointing. If somebody knows a better way of doing this, then let me know. So we have issue, get the first assignee, pull request, get the first. Actually, I don't want I want the person that created it on the pull request. I don't actually care who it's assigned to. That's unless the assignee is implied to be. No, it should be author. Okay, author, which is an actor. So this is going to have the, and there could only be one. There could only be the login, which is the username of the actor. So it implements user though. So I can actually get their same information. So title and URL. And then get the title of it itself and then URL on that, on this, and So that's pull request and issue. I need to undraft as well. So we're going to recopy this because I accidentally deleted it. Oh, geez. There we go. Draft. Okay. So this URL does not exist on draft issue. Okay, so so you mean to tell me, if I go over to Budgie 11 here, that this draft issue doesn't have a URL I can't click? It doesn't actually. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay, I guess, I mean, draft, let's see. They are kind of relevant for Budgie 10. I guess I could just have like a meta repository. Not like meta as in Facebook. Fuck those guys. But more like when something doesn't belong to one specific repository, to put it in this one and have an issue generated for it. I think that would work. So for draft issues, maybe we just not worry about those. And when they get promoted to being actual issues, then we'll show them. I think that works. I think I would be happy with that solution. Let's remove this. So only issues and pull requests. Name does not exist on actor. On author. Well, so you mean to tell me if I go to pull request, so implement all this, we have author. Is this line 42? On pull request author. Does author not have a name? Author oh no, the implementation of it is a user. Title URL. Is there really not any? I find it hard to believe that they wouldn't expose that user information. It's merged by, don't care about that. Editor, don't care about that. Hey, Conan. Neil. Let's see. Let's check author again. So author is of type actor. Yes, we know that. They have a login. Yeah, okay. I mean, there isn't really anything stopping me from querying this information separately. What you doing? So that's a great question. Right now, it probably doesn't look like I'm doing much. let me strip this out. But I am getting the information from the GitHub GraphQL. So like I'm working on the GraphQL query for the projects v2 API, or the projects v2 stuff that GitHub has at an organization level. And the reason why I'm doing that is under Budgie organization, under projects, we have public, like roadmap-ish projects here that are org-wide for Budgie 10 and Budgie 11. So this provides some insight to people on like what milestones things globally belong to, what things are sort of draft items, what are like these sort of RSC items, what are actual issues and all that. And in the context of Budgie 10, this is sort of like the items we want to address before we entirely shift our focus to Budgie 11. And then, of course, we have one for Budgie 11, which is a lot of RFC things. But so I'm doing that because what I want for the Buddies of Budgie website is a roadmap page. And this roadmap page will have our milestones that are upcoming, and then information about sort of what's in progress for like Budgie 10. So what's in progress, what's to do, what's done. So that'll sort of have this information here about what's in pull like what the pull requests are that are open or in progress, what issues, milestone items, etc. Which the milestone items might need to be removed because those are technically draft items. No, actually, I think I'll add it back and just not. I could have the assignee, just not a URL to it, or something like that. So what I'm doing is having it so that all is done client side, or on the Next.js side. Doesn't really matter too much. Where that gets generated and shown based off the GitHub API. So that's the goal, anyways, to work on all of that. Let's see. Name does not exist on author for pull request. All right, we'll just do this information then. Undefined field on draft URL. URL does not exist on draft issue. Okay, what if we drop that then? Oh yeah, doesn't exist here. So as you can see here, maybe, let me zoom in again. We're querying for our milestones. So we're getting both closed and open ones. And the reason for that is the bug fix release ones technically are like closed milestones, unless we opt to open one up for like 10.6.5. But I'm querying for like the last, say, patch release, or the last like major bug fix, or like, so 10.6 would be like the major like feature series, and then getting like 10.8, 10.9, and then some of the old ones. And then in addition to that, projects v2, so we have stuff for like Budgie 11 here, which is a lot of items. And then we have stuff for Budgie 10. So both the milestones and projects. So, yeah. And thank you for the follows, by the way. But it is finally time to actually do some coding, I think. And hopefully not expose my GitHub token in the meantime. Let's see. So I've done this from the context of Next and a little bit of the GraphQL request stuff, but I haven't actually delved into it too much myself, to be quite honest. So I need to check. Yeah, it's not too useful given this awful gaming chair that I have, but hopefully when I move I'll get a new one. Let's see. Let's look up GitHub GraphQL Node.js. See, reference implementation. Yeah. What's this? That's just API. That's super old. Yeah, because they have this, what's this? GraphQL JS? Interesting. So you get specified defaults, and then query that information. Do not use template literals. Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't planning on it. Pass query with headers. Use custom OctoKit request. But, oh, okay. OctoKit GraphQL is exposing proper types for its usage with TypeScript projects. Okay. That was the big thing, was like, is this even going to be useful? Because if it's not exposing GraphQL types or TypeScript types, then in that case, like, why wouldn't I just use GraphQL request itself? But this sort of answers that question for me. So, cool. Now we get to do the thing of struggling to figure out how, in the context of Turbo repo and npm workspaces, I could even add the dependency to. So that's something I switched over to for this, so we could have shared componentry across the DocuSource stuff and the website. Because it's npm workspace. I think. Oh, are we using? Did it even opt to use npm? Okay. Let's do npm workspace. No, it is workspaces. Oh, that's right. npm workspaces. Unknown command workspaces. What npm version is this? 8. Yeah. 8.19.2. Yeah. Am I in the right thing? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm using 4K native. Let me. Is it? Which of the things is small? Is it the browser? Is it VS Code? Is it both? I could zoom in on that. Let me increase the font size a little bit for that, and also for terminal font size. That should be hopefully a little bit better. If I go here, maybe. And then let's both kinda. I'll go ahead and set the default zoom for Windows to be 150. Which didn't seem to help much. Oh, because that's the zoom of the window, the user interface. No, I want default page zoom level to be 150. So now if I go to something like this, I refresh. There we go. Yeah. Cool. All right, so why is it denying the fact that I have npm workspaces? Am I in Toolbox? Toolbox. I'm not, but I am in npm. I am in the node environment here. Right. npm use current. PLC's coming in. I'm on current. Alright, let's open up the package.json. Yeah, so we have workspaces here defined. We have packages. Do I need to explicitly list them? So we have packages, types, packages, UI, and then we have apps. I'm just going to do site for now. All right, now let's see. Oh no, it's just a -w flag. Install. Right, let's take a look at this. What was it? Could probably remove this and that. Close that here. So we want @octocat GraphQL. projects. It seems to be developed, so like it's not completely dead August 15th, so let's do packages slash, no, it's gonna be apps site. Oh, okay, that did actually work. It's because I was using globs instead of explicit declaration of the names. Okay. I was struggling with that earlier and it was really frustrating me, but you would have thought just a fresh eyes on it work out. Okay, cool. So we have that. We could start working on the actual GraphQL bits. Let's see. So what we want to do is probably have, so we have common, we have data. Probably going to have it under common. Yeah. Yes. It's not really a JSX component, but I like having the consistent naming. If you wonder why I'm doing it that way. It would help if I was right here. So this is GitHub related functionality queries used on the site. What are you complaining about? No, you're fine. Although technically, yeah, I guess I'm not importing anything yet, so. Alright, so why would they default to const with require instead of the okay. Alright, so we are gonna want const of, well, I guess the problem here is, well, let's see what happens. Test is equal to await GraphQL. For this, we're gonna need that to get out of my face. Let's see. I'm gonna need my GraphQL from here. From here. No, not from here. From here. Okay. So I don't need the query, I just need organization. Oh yeah, I guess what I could do is I'll have separate ones. Yeah, const organization equals await GraphQL. I will admit though, there is a part of me that feels a little dirty for using their library. You could have any, well, that's not at all what I want. How are they expecting you to do the types? Let's see. Organization. All right, let's do import types or type from Octocat GraphQL. Let's see what types they have. Organization, maybe? Org. You say you support TypeScript. Octocat GraphQL is exposing proper types for its usage. Are you though? They have repository. We have organization here. Set target in your, let's see, top level weight is 2022. Let's see, and the target option is set when the module option is set. I mean, I kind of want it to be ES 2022 anyways. Why is it so? Why is it using such an old... Why is it targeting ES5? Ugh. Fuck that. ES 2022 all the way. Yeah, because last I checked, type any is not a valid type. Let's see, so they're doing GraphQL.defaults. Which, I mean, that's valid. So they're doing with auth. That's fine. The problem is I don't exactly want to expose my API key, which means I'm probably going to need middleware to do this, which is not ideal. Yeah. Well, let's get started with that. Next.js. That means I need to also figure out how I'm going to handle the deployment model for that. Because this isn't kind of like with Ghost, my Ghost blog, where I can literally just put the key in here. Because this is just the content API. It doesn't allow you to actually write anything, and it's only select things that you can read. So it like harms nobody to actually just have the key public. But I can't do that with GitHub stuff because it's my personal access token. It's quite frustrating. Yeah, so I could do that. Let's see. Yeah, your examples were really helpful. Just linking to a GitHub repo. Greetings from Turku. Hey, how's it going? Let's see. I don't want to use Prisma, which is not Prisma from Finland, it's Prisma from the software world. So it's a pure dep. So that's their example. But that doesn't expose a server. Yeah, I guess take a look at their project. Do it. I guess I wouldn't really want this to be associated with the website. So I would want a new repository to handle the GraphQL stuff, and then have a public API for querying this data. I could try also sharing the types then, but it does mean I need to type it all out myself. Unless I could generate it from the GraphQL file. Let's see here. GraphQL API Nexus. Yeah, because I wanted just a GraphQL server. Very easy GraphQL server. Yeah, so I guess this will make our schema. Then we need we need the resolvers for it. Which off the top of my head, I don't really remember how to do that, even though we do it at work. All right, I guess I get the feeling that I am not going to make much progress today. Apps, graph, QL, server. Terrible with namings. Now let's do make dir p apps graph. So just Prisma allow it. Graph. I could spell GraphQL correctly. I'm not really I feel like it's kind of overkill to do that though. I want Nexus code first. So they're just using Express. They have a Prisma client, which is doing what? Oh, I guess it's just the resolver to the Prisma client. Oh, you know what? I input big Apollo server. That's what it should be, probably. See, I want to create a new project. From your preferred, see, create a new project and CD into it. Apps, GraphQL. All right. npm init. Yes. ISC as the default. No. Let's name this also something that isn't shit. Move GraphQL server to what do we want to call this? Somebody give me a clever name for this GraphQL server, please. Like maybe something bird related? I mean, the others aren't though. Because right now it's just called GraphQL-server. Like, should it be something related to Apollo? Not like, like Moon? Don't know. All right, GraphQL server for now. Let's fix the licensing though. It's Apache -2.0. 2.0. The author is Budgie. Scripts, don't care too much about at the moment. That's well, we'll change the index in a moment. All right, so I'm gonna do npm-w apps. It's gonna be GraphQL -server. I'm gonna do install of Apollo server GraphQL. Did it install? Don't know if it did. It says it added a package, but am I blind? Wait, what is this? Oh, that's just my normal stuff. The site. Apps, GraphQL server. Yeah. npm. What did I do before it? Install -w. npm. I don't think it'd make a difference. I get the feeling though it installed it in the root one. No. No, it did not. Okay. Install -w. Oops. GraphQL server. Just restart that. Close that. The terminal sometimes gets a little stuck. GraphQL server, where it doesn't like reset the buffer fully, so there'll be like text clipping. Install, and then it's going to be Apollo. Let me just copy this. Lower, which is good. Okay, so it's actually a dependency now. Turns out the -w is important. Like the position of it is important. So they have just an index.js, which obviously we're not going to do with this. So that's a schema that is being defined. Then we need resolvers. But I guess, let me check something. To check something work related. In the work guys, how are we doing it here? Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so that's new Apollo server with the server config. Okay. Explosive this. Not entirely sure. Okay. To be completely honest. Alright, I guess we can see if we can get away with not using Nexus. Just use this. I'm not sure like that's the best option. Because I don't want to have to handwrite these. Which is kind of the whole point of Nexus. Let's see. Apollo server with Nexus. Oh, and the Nexus.js one they have. Okay, let's do that. We'll also need TypeScript and TS node dev. Let's make sure I actually have the flag here. Alright, we need a TS config here. Okay. And then we need to update this so dev runs ts node dev. we'll have build, which just runs TSC. Create our app layout. And have a schema. We'll set up Nexus to create an empty schema. So within this, we have a make schema. We're joining our type gen, which it generates as well, which it creates as the output, and also a schema.graphql. And what's great is what this allows us to do is we're able to make our own GraphQL queries that will then have resolvers that'll then call out to GitHub's GraphQL, which might seem a little weird, but what this allows us to do is set up our server, so our GraphQL server, in a manner that doesn't expose the GitHub API token that we need. So my personal access token, while still allowing it to be created. How do you like Tampere? I mean, I've lived here for 8 years. It's a great city. I kind of like the size of it. It's like not too large and not too small. You know, like you have sort of everything you need. The healthcare in my experience has been good. Maybe not everyone has had the same quality of healthcare, of course. I mean, you know how the public healthcare is like, and at this point, I'm on private healthcare thanks to work with Terveystalo. But I mean, I don't really have anything bad to say about the city, except maybe I wish we would be able to pay for public transit, like have the 30-day passes or something on our phones, so I wouldn't have to use the card. I think maybe Helsinki has that. I just remember like the last time I was there using the HSL app and being able to scan the QR code. I don't know if it applies to the 30-day passes. I know, like just a weird tangent, but like of all the things for me to nitpick, that's probably one of them. I mean, at this point, as you can see behind me, if I switch to webcam only, I have my 9bot Max there, my electric scooter. So, and I live like, well, with the scooter, it's like 10-ish minutes away from a 24/7 Prisma, which is kind of nice because when I first moved here, there was literally no 24/7 Prismas. The closest you would get back then was like a Siva, open until like 11, just out Coal Market. But the wife and I are actually planning on moving down to like the Helsinki area, or maybe like Espoo or Viki or something like that. But the market right now for places like apartments is just really bad. Like them trying to charge for like, I was ranting to her about this yesterday. I was looking and there was, I want to say was, oh, what was the company? It wasn't Lumo or Soto. Rusiva, I remember that now. I came some years ago also to Turku. Oh, okay. Yeah. What was I saying? Anyway, so I was like looking for apartments, and there was like a 3-room apartment. And for those that aren't like from here, or maybe like if you're American, you might think 3 rooms means 3 bedrooms, right? Which here in Finland would be makuuhuone. But no, that's not actually what it means. What it really means is 2 makuuhuones, maybe, if you're lucky, or it'll be like a workroom and a like the master bedroom, and then the living room. The living room counts in, so you'll typically see like 3H or like 3 rooms plus like kitchen and like bathroom and that sort of stuff. Maybe you'll see like a sauna listed. Anyways, so in Helsinki, yeah, I've been like looking for, I've gone through like hundreds and hundreds of entries, and unfortunately avoiding Sato, which has a duopoly, it seems, with Lumo in Finland, or at least in the Helsinki area. So finding anything that aren't those two, because they suck, has been very difficult. But even for those places, like the gall that they have to charge something like 1,500 euro for basically a 3-room place, so living room, master bedroom, and an additional room in like sort of out in the middle of nowhere on the outskirts of Helsinki. So like not even like a good place to necessarily be in. Like they would charge that much, and they would do, I don't know if it's like a Helsinki thing. Dore, maybe you could tell me if they do the same thing in Turku. But what's up with all the sliding doors? Like they'll have sliding doors, or this one place literally just had curtains. No doors, like doors don't exist. It was just curtains that you close, and that was your separation between your bedroom and the rest of the place. Like, and they were wanting to charge like 1,500 for that shit. I was like, what the fuck? Like, how fucking dare you try to charge that much for this crap hole? Unbelievable. Whereas here, I have, you know, a door. You know, it's this thing where you can open it with a handle, right? And then you can close it behind you as well. And it provides a physical barrier that also doesn't make a loud ass sound like you're grinding it across the floor because of rails like you would with sliding doors. Not salty. So done that, and I've also gone through like other places like the M2 Cody or whatever to try to find like more reasonably priced places, because realistically, like my personal budget for, I'm trying to find a place that's 4 rooms, so the wife and I could have our own offices. Turns out it seems to be like impossible. But like for like 1450 is basically the highest I'm willing to go up to, which is a lot given for the place I pay for now, which granted is three rooms. It's like 760 or something per month. So I'm like almost doubling the cost. But her family is there, and my work is there, and I would actually like to go into the office, believe it or not. All right. Tangents aside from all that. So I just copy pasted their schema, which honestly, I compared it to what we have. Like mentally, I remember this is more or less identical to what we have at work. So this will do just fine. So you define like your types, you have some outputs. And then what we need to do is set up the server, which is going to use Apollo server, and expose that. And from that, we have an index, which is the main entry point that the dev environment calls. And this will expose that Apollo server, which uses the schema that's generated by Nexus. Now you're probably wondering, Josh, why the hell would you ever want to use Nexus for this? And what's great about Nexus is it allows us to write our GraphQL stuff with code. So as we can see here, we import a bunch of different arguments. So we have like integers, we have, you know, like interface, we have string arguments, we have all that. So what we could do is say have an account. And so we say, you know, is of type, blah, 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 which isn't necessary. I think a better one would probably be, well, unironically, I can actually, what is this crap? Here's a good one. So we have an object type here. And this object is a user. And this user has an ID, has a name, and has a description. GraphQL, you're not baking this into Budgie, right? I mean, what's my stream title? I'm pretty sure my stream title is, oh no, I guess it's just roadmap development. Budgie desktop roadmap development. Let me update that. That's my bad. Although the going live notification said website. No, this is for the Buddies of Budgie website. So what I'm currently working on basically is, so this is in Figma, but I'm working on the GraphQL server that is going to expose the information we need, which is coming from GitHub, but without exposing the key. I thought you went mad. No. For Budgie 11, we will likely be using protobuf to provide sort of a more granular way of defining a schema with different object types. And also the fact that it's cross-platform and supported in a lot of different languages. No, nothing GraphQL. I haven't gone that crazy, okay? Might be a little mad, but I'm not that mad. Now where was I here? Introduction. Anyways, so we have all these IDs, and what this will do is this will generate a type of user as a schema with these as like designated fields. So this would be something like ID of string, right? And then if you were to do like non-null, and this, you'd have a non-null of a string, right? So you do like non-null string. This would equate to a string with an exclamation mark behind it to designate it's a non-nullable field. So that kind of stuff. But that allows you to basically not have to hand write your schema, which is rather nice. It's all defined in the code, and then in theory, you can trust Nexus to generate a good GraphQL schema and the types. The types it generates, not so good necessarily. Like they're passable, but the server stuff it generates is fine. So we need this server. So let's just copy there, server.ts. Because this is honestly what you would write anyways. You import Apollo server, you import your schema, which you would generate in this API, and then you just create a server using the schema, and then you export it. And then you have your index.js, which is in this root. I guess they're putting it in API. Sure, we'll do that. Granted, if I'm deploying this, then the access token would be in the... Okay, actually, this might be able to be moved into the site itself. We'll keep it separate for now, just in case though. So we'll do yarn run. Can I do a specific workspace? On dev, I think filter will work. Filter app slash. Let me change this. Or do they have? Did they modify their package.json? I don't think so. Just do app slash GraphQL server. Maybe? No, GraphQL server. Oh no, it's because I'm already in it. Let me back out of this. I mean, I was supposed to run it in dev, like the TS node server, actually keep it going, but it did not, which is most unfortunate. On dev, should be filtered. I mean, yes, I know I could just do like GraphQL server and do. Oh, why am I doing it with yarn? It's not even a yarn project. Here, do this again. Exit npm dev equals apps GraphQL server. There we go. All right. So that is now exposed. Should be running an instance of GraphQL Playground. Is that so? I forgot that we can actually do that. Dope. All right. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, let's start working on the actual schema itself. But we think about the information that we want exposed. So we're gonna have our schema here. So this is what, pulling it all in, API GraphQL. Yeah. So we're gonna have a GraphQL. I really want milestone info, so we'll do milestones. I think it's just fine. So we're gonna have import object type Nexus. We're gonna export const milestone. We also need, I think it's array type. Just double check array. Oh wait, no, because it's an object of, so we'll do milestone. It's an object type. This object type is going to have a name of milestone. Milestone. Have a definition here of type T. Well, it's not of type T. We're saying the variable for the definition is going to be T, and then we add our field. So, the milestone itself, if we compare it to what we have for the GitHub GraphQL side, which it would almost make sense to download their GraphQL and extrapolate from that, but we're going to want T Boolean, and this Boolean is going to be closed. We're going to have a T of, should be a date time, but oh, I think it's a T field, maybe. T field closed at type is date, maybe. I mean, technically, isn't it a string? It's just ISO 8601. I scroll all the way up. Yeah. Okay, it's just a string. String closed at. We're gonna have a T string description. T string title. And T string URL, and hopefully this will correct to doubles. Yes. At work we use single quotes, which hurts my soul a little bit. But for const milestones is an object type, and this object is going to have a name of milestones, and it is going to have probably T non-null list of non-nullable milestones, which is, so it's going to be a field. So it's going to be items, and it's going to be a type of it's one should be type. How are they doing it here? Forget. I have so many tabs open, I had to use the search. Yeah, I guess implements node. Query. No, they have. Oh, it's arg, not field. Right? They have t field. Oh no, they do have type. Still. Okay, yeah, that works. So we have milestones here. And do we want to expose a query? Or do we want to keep those separated? So Zen, yeah. Honestly, there's only so much music. And this music repeats quite a bit, to be fair. But there's only so much that's royalty free that isn't. Well, there's royalty free, and we claim this is royalty free, but then you have to contact the author, and if you don't, then you get a copyright strike. There's that sort of free. Yeah, so they just have a post, which is nice. However, you also need a query. Yeah, okay, so they're doing it that way. Yeah, so they're extending a type which provides a, yeah. Can't find .graphql. Did I spell it incorrectly? API. GraphQL. Am I missing like an index? Yeah, I guess I do need an index.js. Yeah, that's index.j. Well, TS technically. I'm going to do export star from milestone. Though I do want it to actually be milestone. And then there is loads of royalty-free GOA. That is not an acronym I'm familiar with. Just blast a Euro beat mix and screw it. Well, so the thing is when I upload, like I'm uploading this to YouTube after the fact, so both to my personal channel as well as to the. Well, I don't know if I'll do it to the Buddies of Budgie one. It might just be my personal YouTube channel. So it needs to at least be royalty free in the context of YouTube. I don't care too much about the Twitch. Geo is psychedelic trends. Okay. Today I learned. So we need export const milestones query. This is going to be an extend type, and we are extending the type of query. We have a definition here of t, and we are going to have a t of non-null dot list of fields I mean, this is sort of like a bit redundant though. Not suitable for focus sessions except you focus on your trimming mushrooms and neither of which I do. I drink coffee and whiskey. Let's see. Because really this is a a t field of no. No, I drink like Tullamore and Jack and that kind of stuff. Although the Guro whiskey is pretty good. At my last job, we actually had a day where we went to their distillery, and it looked like a distillery, right? But man, we had like a tasting session, a mixing session, and the Guro coffee liqueur actually tastes amazing. Like, I was a bit skeptical, right? Because like Bailey's, like it's okay, but it's too sweet for me. Like it feels too like pungent, too aggressive, too in your face. It doesn't taste that much like coffee, in my opinion. But this Guro was like way more tame and had like a richer body. And anyways, big recommendation on my part. And of course, if Guro wants to sponsor me, I would be happy to take their sponsorship. All I'm gonna say. I want to get drunk and talk about Linux someday, but that would require me to go to Turku. I'm not sure if I'm that brave. Never tried anything above 10% alcohol, but my fave was strawberry daiquiris. Nice. That's pretty good. No hate from me on that. Yeah, okay, so for this, all right, they have a type post. Well, yeah, I guess we don't need a milestones of just a list of yeah, okay. I was getting a little ahead of myself. It doesn't need to be an object of an array and then have a definition where we have an array that's an array. Or a field that is an object which contains an array of items. It could just be this. Our milestones query, we'll just get all the milestones. Don't do it, yeah. It's okay, no plans. For those that don't know, the meme is that, well, Turku is... Well, maybe I'll let Tore explain it, but... Maybe some would say, I'm not saying it myself, that it's not exactly the nicest place. I'll look into maybe suitable down tempo and being creative. Cool. Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, and then for this resolver, this is where we would want to have our GitHub code here. So, wait, what is... Oh, export. There we go. Now it's all clean. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could technically have it return just an array of... Is this even going to be properly typed? Closed. Should not be any. This should be of type milestone. So they have T non-null list of non-null fields, items, which are of type milestone. I mean, what I could do is have these non-null. Because at least from what I saw, it will at least provide a value, even if that value is empty. So if we do non-null dot, and then save. In theory, this should yell at me now. Which it doesn't. I'm guessing there's an error here. So I'm trying to find types from, yes. Yes, we've been expecting you. Is that like not spelled correctly? GraphQL. ./GraphQL. Why didn't it work then? But now if I go to milestone, the resolver here looks like it failed. Probably because, yeah, we're missing required things. Closed, false, closed that is going to be an empty string. Have a description of an empty string. See, yeah, it looks like only thing we have is a brown river with alcohol surrounding. Well, you said it, not me. I would like to emphasize that. That was their words, not mine. Technically, 10.6.4 is closed. And then URL is just going to be a string, right? So that's the thing. If we go back to this, we're going to have a query. This query is going to be milestones. And I am going to want from this items. And this items is going to have title. And you can see it exposes it here. So what we need to do here is just take our GitHub code, plop it here, set up our env, return that specific query. So if we go back to our GraphQL stuff, if I could find it amongst all these tabs, here we go. We have repository with the name, which has milestones, which has edges, which has nodes, which has, can I actually, I wonder, can I do nodes? Can I do this? Okay, nice. That's all the information we need. So let's go back to that GraphQL thing we were working on here. We need to remove, let's cancel this for now. Yeah, this is kind of what I mean by the music getting a little repetitive. Let me change it up. So synthwave, like if you listen to my older videos, it's like always the same thing. It's like the synthwave music. It's just not good stuff. Upbeat travel, no thank you. Uplifting, no. Let's see if this is any good. Also, another problem is finding royalty-free music that doesn't have like random, I don't even know what the like term in music is, but they're like basically hype people. Can you post links? I don't know if you can. You could try, give it a go. I don't know if Streamlabs will slap you for it though. No, don't play. Ambient music and a type of. Let's see. This is certainly a site that looks entirely created. I have to show people this. This is kind of hilarious. Like, what is this? Like, I don't mean to make fun of people, but come on, look at this website. I'll take a look at it after the stream, though. Thank you for that link. Maybe they'll have some good music. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove. So npm uninstall octokit GraphQL. So this would be -w apps site. It's the way all websites used to be and probably should still be. I don't know about that one. Now, that being said, the Soma website, unless it's changed recently. Okay, maybe at least with the music website, Soma FM. Hopefully it doesn't play music automatically. Like, their thing isn't necessarily good either, but you go to it, it has a player, you know. It has like the playlist stuff, so you can just drop in DLC, or what I used to do was I dropped in music on console player all the time. Alright, so we're gonna do apps GraphQL server. Let's see, Ectoplasm is a label. They publish everything under Creative Commons. Oh. Cool. So did this add it? It did add OctoKit. We also need .m. Which basically just reads from a .m file. Like it's not complicated. Yeah, so we're gonna want to import it. Let's see. We're gonna have a new folder called common here. And this is gonna have common github.ts. This ts file is gonna have our. We're just gonna export a OctoKit like GitHub client thing. So let us. Do I still have that open somewhere? OctoKit. Yes. Okay. So we want it with a custom instance, I think. Here we go. So we could, yeah, I think this might work actually. I still need to figure it out from the perspective of, let's do this. Import from the, well, no, it could be using the process env as well. Does .env handle that though? It does. Cool. All right. Sorry. Okay, so for those that are wondering what I'm trying to do, I want to have a .env file that I have in this, which has my GitHub token. So that way I'm not like pasting it in here and then suddenly all of you have read access to my shit, because I don't want that. So I want to have a .env file, and that contains the token, and hopefully throughout the stream I don't accidentally expose it. And then what we'll do is we will create a custom like GitHub OctoKit client that uses that, and then we could import that client into the other places that we need it, like in that milestone. So that way we can have the resolver there, and that will automatically use our API key, basically. So that's the goal. That's what I'm doing at the moment. So let's go back to OctoKit GraphQL. So we need to import GraphQL, not from that, or GraphQL from at OctoKit GraphQL. And then we want to have GraphQL is equal to GraphQL dot defaults. We're going to have a headers. This header is going to have an authorization, which is then going to have our token, which will have as process.env. I think I need to do this. Do this process.env. GitHub. Well, GitHub token. And that should be okay. Cannot assign because there's an import. All right, we'll do export const client is equal to GraphQL. And then in theory, what we could do to export default, we'll do this. Export default client. And then under this GitHub thing, we can import our client. So client, and this should be able to pull from common GitHub. So we do constant query. We don't necessarily have to do that. Can just do an await. Let's see. Scroll all the way up to organization. So organizations is equal to await client. This should be our parameter here. Let's see. It doesn't know what organizations is, which is expected. This should be an async resolver. So that way we're allowed to use await within it, and then await for that request, and then return the results. In theory. Go back to our Explorer here, and let's go ahead and grab from organization the name. I guess I need all of that. I'm missing that. That should cover it. What if I do console.log organization? It has no idea what any of that is. So how are they expecting, let's see, TypeScript. Here, TypeScript. So we need to import GraphQL responsive. Let's see. Has been exposed to users. I mean, that's great, but it's not. Let's take a look at their types. Maybe they have them declared somewhere. Types. Endpoint. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. It's not being especially useful, is it? OctoKit GraphQL. Let's see. TypeScript. I have no idea about coding. I just like Josh and Budgie. Fair. I'm surprised you added me to that. It was perfectly acceptable just to say, I just like Budgie lol. But I appreciate the vote of confidence there. Now I wish I could give this a vote of confidence, but they're not exposing their types. What's T gonna be? T is unknown, which is expected. have a query. Yeah. Here, add types. GraphQL code gen CLI. But surely they have native types. I mean, that's from 2020, so that's old. Let's see. For validate from... Oh, do I have to import their GraphQL schema? Validate. Let's see, from OctoKit, GraphQL. Do they have a separate package for this? So that's super old as well. Okay. It would almost be easier just for me to write my own types for this. Let's see if somebody else has TypeScript types. GitHub GraphQL API. This is just the same person writing their stuff. Which, okay, fair. Like, I know I could handwrite the types if I wanted to, but I don't want to. Person does not want to make it straightforward, do they? Interacting with the GitHub GraphQL API. This almost makes me want to use their REST API. Instead of their GraphQL one. But I get the feeling that Projects v2 was only exposed on the GraphQL. Alright, so save GraphQL schema. So they do npx net. Is this not what you want? Public schema. Yes, this is their public schema. What I want though is the TypeScript type definition, which they do not have. That's the problem, because what I need is for like organization to be strongly typed. So it would be like organization is of type organization, which then has a name, and within that it has a repository. Yeah, they're different, unfortunately. I could generate, and this is sort of what Nexus does. So as you can see, I defined like this milestone, right? And this milestone has closed, it has closed at, description, so on and so forth. Now, if I go to the generate types from Nexus, you can see we have, I go down to it, milestone. We have a generated type here. So Nexus gen fields type as an interface, and as a field name of it, we have a strongly typed milestone, which for them they declare is this, which then is like a Nexus gen of like some other freaking type thing, but it does generate the TypeScript types in a way that's semi-usable. What I want is, well, let's see this npm.js. Let's see if they're OctoKit. See, at OctoKit. Oh, is this OctoKit /types? See all of the types. Oh no, is this the fetch stuff? I got excited there for a moment. OctoKit. Now they have the REST stuff. GraphQL. I want to use the GraphQL thing. Core extendable client. There's no types. Don't need the plugin API, which I don't. OctoKit. Like, how could they just have this though? OctoKit / GraphQL is exposing proper types for its usage. That's like, it's a one-line paragraph with no other information on it. So you mean to tell me, let's rebuild this, right? Let's build it and see if it magically fixes the types. So it built, what did I do? Oh, maybe it didn't. We're gonna restart the TS server. And now we're gonna hover over. It's still loading. Still yells that it's that. Yeah. And what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna look at gedit. This is intentionally on a different monitor. cd budgie site, and I'm going to do ano.get ignore, and I'm going to hide .env. Well, I guess I do have .env.local, but we'll .env grab that. Oh, I need to call it the .env.config. Let's just do just to be safe. Okay. Hopefully that'll be fine. Okay, and then I need to run config and .env. So we need to import star from as env from v config, and then that should expose that as a string. Now what happens if I go over to what's the Apollo Studio, I think here, and I rerun it. Let's see. Message requires you to be authentic. Does it though? It shouldn't require any authentication. Oh, it's the API response from GitHub. Which, looking at the headers, looks like it might accidentally expose the key as well. If the header authorization isn't. Trying to think of how I'm gonna do this in secret. It's can I just have like a rectangle here? Add, like just to block out the thing. Color source? Oh, I can. Let's try this. You happy with KeyPassXC? How do you back it up? Next slide. That's how I back it up. I don't want the dimensions for this to be locked. Right here, we'll do it like this. Let's see. There. Very jank way of doing that, but let's see. It's funnily enough not console logging this. Let me take a look at .env. Where is it expecting it to be? I don't want to move the file into there, but I might need to move env into GraphQL server. I mean, surely I should be able to choose the path. Let's see. Parses it to .env. Okay. So it needs to be in the correct place. Oh, okay. So I need to set the path for name plus ... That'll go up a level from into API, then it's up a level to be common. Let's try this. Okay. I'm gonna actually then move this window over here as well. Stone. It doesn't seem to be reading it at all. Maybe it's too high up a level now. Sorry, this is like the least optimal way of doing this, but sometimes that's kind of the cost of. Let me console log process emp. Oh, I know why that's not working. Hold on. Let's do. I have to do this. Let me restart that. And then let's output this specifically. Undefined, so still not correct. Still not correct. Let's go up one more. Interesting. So this is. Oh, let's just do this. Let's remove that because I'm running it relative to. All right, fine. Console.log. Name. API common is what it's pointed at the moment. Okay, path. Sorry. Do name plus. So I need to go up 3. Let's see, where is this? Well, I guess I could have this back here at the very least, so there's something you guys could see. Nothing terribly exciting, but oh, I need. Might explain it. API common. What was it doing on? Or was it .env? Or did I close .env? Common and then slash. So that's this current directory. And I know you can't see it, which makes for, I know, very boring. I guess I could do this. Could at the very least see this. There, I'll give you a little. Oh, I could do this. There we go. Most janky way of me doing this, but you know, doing it live. Okay. So common, and then dot goes upper level to API. We're in API. Go dot GraphQL. You go needs to be 2 dot. What is the .m supposed to look like? Oh, I think it's because I'm missing the quotes. Let me open up Alacrity on this side. Okay, and let's restart it now. Undefined, but if I do this. GitHub underscore token. That's what that is. I just did. Technically, this is going to be running on the server, so we get import path from node itself. Okay, so that's in apps now, so it needs to be up one more level. Okay, so this should then be correct if I do that. Let's see, GT. GitHub underscore token is equal to that. Yeah, it's just like not finding it at all. See Budgie site, and then code. I use Budgie site. Oh, it might be expecting the dot. Is it expecting .m to be included as well? I really hope that wasn't the case. It was. I was expecting the path to be like the directory where it will attempt to resolve, but no, it's the absolute path to that. Okay. So this should all be fine. Let me do that and reset my terminal so there won't be a backlog there. Rerun that. You get rid of the black box because you're token. Yeah. That's totally what I'm gonna do. What else I'm gonna do is check that if I rerun Let's see. If I rerun this query, if it'll let me. Maybe? What's going on here? Hang on. Requires you to be authenticated. But I am authenticated. I mean, I could remove the black box in a moment, but I just want to make sure that... Let's see, if I go here... I mean, I should just, like, not care as much, because I'll just reset it after the stream, just in case, but... It's the principle of it, you know? Okay, let's see. Go this, and I go GraphQL authorization. Oh, it's probably expecting it to be token bearer sort of format, so it needs to be something like token. Like this. Let's see. Well, it's not yelling about permissions anymore, so I can actually go ahead and remove the black box. There we go. Okay. I did it, yeah. It only took an ordeal I was not... Yeah, that's all fine. Let's see. Of course, I do actually want to see... Well, and like 3-ish hours, yeah. I do want to see if it's exposing my key here, though. Authorization. No, okay. Cool. So either this filters it out or something else. All right. Request failed. Do the following. All right, no, I guess we're not sending any authorization keys. It's part of the request, so that's fine. So we have organization, which has a login of Budgie C. Request failed due to the following response: a parser error on organization identifier. It's odd attending your stream on a European time zone. I mean, all of my streams are European time zone. To be fair. What time is it there? Or do you mean, are you on a European time zone? I'm in Spain right now. Ah. Gotcha. That explains why you're here. But I never know with you, right? Because, like, you don't exactly have the most normal sleeping schedule. Sometimes. Let's see, explore, login. Yeah, this is right. Or is it expecting it to be query? Try not to be that screwy, yeah. Let's see. If we go back to their example. So they have query, which is just the query of what we're doing. Repository. Yeah, so they're doing the same thing. Or are they wanting the curly brackets around? Let's see. Let's see if that's what they're expecting. If I go over to Sandbox, rerun. Holy shit, it works. All right, nice. So if I do description and close that and all this information that we want. URL, rerun. I mean, it's fetching fake information, right? But at least the GraphQL thing works. But if I do console log organization, like you can see, it's actually outputting the data here. It's still not presenting me any useful information, but what we can do is return organization. Which needs to be organization milestones. We're going to do organization. It's going to be repository milestones. It's yelling about of type any, which is understandable. Organization, within that we have milestones. Yeah. We'll do organization dot repository again. Oh, it's milestones and then nodes. So if we do a console log of nodes here, return nodes, and rerun. Aha, there we go. It shows it here. It's forked on this side. Cannot return null for non-nullable fields. Okay, so is actually returning null for close stat. So null is allowed to be that. Okay, so we fixed that. Rerun. I didn't know you could assign nested objects like that. Yes, and in fact, did you also know I could do something like this? So I could do nodes. I could do something like ms as the name of it, and change this to ms, and it's renamed as ms. So then if I go here, you can see we have our milestones, all without exposing our API key. So that's good. Now what we want to do is probably refine this query. Instead of getting all of our milestones, we probably want to just get our upcoming. But the problem is none of this is typed, right? And quite honestly, oh god, do I want to handwrite the types? Because comparing that to, if I go to it, this, they install, they have a code gen thing, they're auto-genning the types and the documents, and then you go through and they set up the Apollo stuff. Like, I don't want to do this shit. It's much easier for me just to write the type. Might do that. So, you know. Fortunately, though, the types can be shared because I have a shared package called types. I haven't configured it yet, like I have with UI, but this is one of the benefits of using something like a monolithic repository and like Turbo repo. You get the caching, and you can organize your stuff by like packages and API. So what I have is I have a sort of this internal NPM package of shared UI components. And these UI components can be used across both the documentation center, which will be leveraging DocuSource, as well as the website itself. Now, as just an example, I used a button. So if I was to go to packages, actually I could just do button. You can see I have just an MUI button that applies certain attributes. Nothing too fancy. And end theme, to be fair, is also exposed. But what I could also have is shared types. So what we want to do is have a index, kind of like with what we have here, but it could just be an index.ts. So we're going to do, well, let's actually copy the package config first. We're going to do, if I could find it again, types, new package.json. We'll do this, and then be types. Shared types. And the benefit of having these shared TypeScript types is we could use them across the front end for strong types. So we know what we're getting back from the GraphQL roughly. Because we can have like the GitHub stuff and then our own stuff. And there'll be some overlap. And then so we could use it across the GraphQL side as well as the front end. And maybe even DocuSource. So we're going to do TS, we're going to remove all these dependencies and I think all of the dev dependencies. Let's see. Hey man, I'm making a new website for myself. I'm in the process of writing up legal documents. Terms, privacy policy, EULA, disclaimer. It's time consuming, but I'm 80% there. Well, I personally would never write it up myself. I would just honestly pay a company to write all the legalese for me. Or there's like different generators for like GDPR stuff, like GDPR compliance. But you still have to go through the legal process of like, actually let's add TypeScript here. Yeah, I don't need any dependencies. There are plenty of services for TOS stuff. Yeah, I would never dare to handwrite it, so. All right, let's do, just in case, we're gonna do an npm install of at packages/types, which let's make sure it's in our root here. It is packages/types, and we'll do TypeScript. Writing that stuff yourself when you're not an attorney can bite you. Yep. Okay, so we're using latest here. I'm using an online service, but I'm also adding content from other popular websites. Gotcha. Well, I am not a lawyer, and therefore I will not provide you any legal advice on all of that. All right, let's do these shared types. So we're going to do source. And then I have index.ts. We'll have a GitHub.ts. Actually, no, what we could do here, let's not have it as GitHub yet. Well, okay, we will need a GitHub. We're going to need one for organization.ts. Organization will have repository, right? And then we'll have milestones.ts. That could have multiple types. Let's see. I have been changing my email from Google to Proton. Transferred all my stuff to Proton in this time. Hope it's worth it. Yeah, so for me, well, I mean, at this point, it actually would make sense for me to switch my email for my joshuastrobl.com one over to Proton. But I actually use a different service for that. But I also pay for like the Proton stuff so I could get access to the Proton VPN with like the premium version. But I think it comes with a bunch of other things, including the ability for me to have a custom domain with Proton Mail. So I might consider that. Yeah. Okay, so we have milestones. Within the milestones, we'll have individual ones, which will be the nodes. Yeah. So we're doing nodes is an actual array of them. Okay. All right, let's do this. So we're gonna do organization. We're only going to do our types that we need. We're not gonna like document the entire GraphQL thing. Do export type. That's gonna be organization as we are going to need name string, and it's going to have milestones, which is going to be of, oh yeah, I guess there will be some duplication. We have repository, but repository itself contains well, I guess it doesn't contain nodes. This might work if we do repository. It does. There is going to have to be duplication. Granted, our GraphQL stuff could kind of be the type for the front end. Sorry, I'm just trying to think how this is all going to work, because we're already defining what our types are going to be on the Nexus side. And that would, in theory, generate the Nexus type definitions that we have. But using that in our front end, I don't know how easy that's going to be. Because the types they generate aren't terribly useful. Like if I go over to the type, you could see it's just like, you'd have to do like Nexus, how would I do it even? Milestone, I think? Yeah, like this. Like a Nexus gen field types, and then within brackets you'd have milestone as an example. Nexus. I wanted to generate the TypeScript. But this is Apollo, not Nexus. Here we go. Nexus. This is your doc. Seriously? Am I missing something if I... Oh, okay, so you just don't have a menu for it when you're in... Like what, is this supposed to be it? How is this supposed to be obvious that this is even a menu? And why? Why can't they just have like the small... Damn web developers. See, generated artifacts. Yeah, so type gen. So if I go to my schema, type gen as, yeah. Let's see. It was designed with TypeScript in mind. Need to generate a number of types that combine the schema. They should have just stuck to the 90s style. Yeah. They combine the schema, any type or fields configuration provided, and the GraphQL resolution algorithm. Yes. So you have root types. So they have a ghost example. Make schema. Be like, this looks nice, right? Why don't I have that? Why do mine look like shit? They have source. They have a schema here. They have outputs. I have that as well. Dir name. Yeah, I guess up a level. Yeah. Oh, that's something I should do here as well. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see, field authorized, they have source, modules. Context. Is it these modules? No, it's source types. Source types, modules. Let's grab this. Join generated. No, do dot dot. Type stuff. Alias. What's the alias used for? Okay, I was expecting it to be generated, and then we have when types. I don't know. BB. Let's see if this generates. Unable to find. Don't tell me this is what they hand wrote. And then they generate types from that. I think that is what they did. They generated the GraphQL stuff from the source types that they generated. Okay, well, what I could do is import the types from our package, our packages / types, right? And that would then generate the GraphQL stuff, possibly. They do types, all types from schema. Non-null defaults, output true. Let's see, do they have an example of source types? Source. Let's see. Source types in theory. As you begin to implement a schema for the first time, you will notice something that may not have been obvious at first. The data that the client sees in the data graph is not the same data flowing through the internal resolvers used to fulfill the graph. The client sees the API types, but the API author deals with something else, source types. So you have user, full name. So you have query for user as a user, full name. But a field type is an object, resolver returns source type, create despite. For example, we have plain. So plain JavaScript object containing a node, row, document data. Yeah. Source type data is passed down. Yeah. Not quite sure I understand. As user model, okay. Okay, I am not gonna worry about that right now. Guides. Generated artifacts, which are garbage. But let's go back to their ghost example and see if they have an example of it being used. So ghost makes use of schema TS. What's schema TS? No, I don't want that. TypeScript, call a full stack. Our types aren't that complicated, so I'm just gonna handwrite them for now. And we'll see if we could do better at some point, or get the GitHub ones to work, because they're supposed to, but they don't. The alternative is maybe the REST APIs. I don't know if this provides TypeScript. Where is it finding TypeScript? Oh, 30%. Okay. Oh. That's all generated. but their other shit isn't. Yeah, this is the same deal. Not gonna worry about that either, I guess. I'm just trying to make it so I have the least amount of effort possible. So we have repositories which are going to contain. No, this is also then going to be a repository here. Export type repository. Which is going to have milestones, which are going to be milestone array, like so. And then in milestone, so we'll have export type milestone. We're going to have closed, be a boolean. We're going to have closed at, which is going to be either a string or null. Description of string, title of string, and a URL of string. Like so. We have milestone, which is an array of milestone. So we're going to do this. Add import from that. We have milestones, which is going to be, actually this could just be repository. Like so. We have organization. I'm going to do export. Can we just export types milestone from slash milestones organization. We need one for repository. So, okay. And if we take a look at our GitHub thing again, actually it's going to be the Explorer. Not this one, but the other GraphQL Explorer. I think this. Which one is it? Close that. Here. Yeah, projects v2. Close this. And that is within. It's outside organization. So we're going to have a projects.ts export type projects e2, which is going to have, and this could probably just be nodes, right? Instead of edges. Nodes, then rip that out and rip this out. Let's rerun that. Cool. So that still all works. Nice. Nodes, we have our items. Which is going to be a list of projects, I guess. Projects. do export type project. And then this will have our, let's scroll down. Content. Project content. Assignees, which will be an array of assignees. We'll deal with that in a moment. We'll just have an array. And then title is string. Okay, so I have content and is archived. Boolean. Type is going to be a enum. Export enum. Project type is going to be either. Oh, I guess it's not really a type. It's kind of like a const. It's just a type of draft issue or of type pull request or just of type issue. I think so. So that is fully typed. We need assignees. So within that we have nodes, which can be empty, but if we take a look at the pull requests, you could see they actually have information here. So we'll have assign.ts. Which will have avatar, URL, it's a string, name, string, URL. Although technically these are all optional depending on the type. So we do assignee, and this will be an array of assignee. Like so. So we have projects, which has project, project which has content and type, content which has an array of assignees. All right, and the reason, there's like a reason why I'm abstracting this out as much as I am, as opposed to like shoving it all in one file. And that is to make it easier for us to do it on the GitHub side of things. So for GitHub, we're just gonna have like one flat file of all the things. So we're gonna have more or less the same. We're gonna have a export type GitHub. We'll do GitHub organization. We'll just prefix all of them with GitHub. Or maybe GH. We'll do GH. Do GH, and this is going to have extends. Well, actually, it can't really extend it because that has done a repository which has milestones. So we have to do name string. Guitar Hero organization. Not quite. And then repository. I mean, so this matches up to the point of it being milestones. Which is kind of unfortunate. I'm going to do export type GitHub repository. The GitHub repository is going to contain milestones. Okay, maybe there actually isn't going to be as much overlap as I thought there would be. It's unfortunate. GitHub milestone. A milestone will be... Oh no, it can be milestones. So at the very least we could have milestones as milestones, where milestones has nodes, which is an array of milestone, which has closed and all that. The repository is this. Then we have projects v2. v2, which is going to have within it, oh, well, nodes, and then those nodes are items with nodes, yeah. How's it going? Well, it could be going worse, but some progress is better than no progress, I guess. So yeah, projects v2, and then within this we're going to have, kind of feel like just doing nodes. And then within the nodes, well, the nodes, I guess, themselves are an array of GitHub projects. Export type GitHub project. Right? Because we have nodes here. So this GitHub nodes could actually just be nodes milestone. This GitHub projects could be this. And then content. So that is this, which has assignees and then nodes. Okay, so we're going to do content, which is going to be, I don't think I'm going to abstract, like add this as another type though, to be honest. I think I'll just do content, and then we'll have assignees. Oh, actually, this can be project content. And is archived, is type. Oh, I guess we are getting Boolean. Where are we getting that from? What is this then? Items? Shit. We have projects. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. So a project actually contains project items. Which is what contains this. And this contains items, which is nodes. In our case, it's just this. Although if I didn't do any manipulation of the data, then I could just have unified types, just being like the GitHub thing. Because do I really care about the nodes and that kind of shit, like being stripped out? Because not really. So we could do shared types instead of having this GitHub thing. So let's do that. We're gonna have milestones. We have this milestone, which is going to contain a milestone. So let's do export type milestones is equal to nodes of milestone array, I guess. So this was probably wrong. Organization itself is going to have projects v2, which is going to be of type projects v2. Projects v2 is going to have let's check. Yeah. And projects v2, which contains nodes which are an array of items okay, so this is where we have items which are nodes of this type, and then public boolean title string URL string. Rabbit holes, I tell you. Okay. Projects v2 nodes. Nodes themselves are our projects. Within a project, we have individual items. These items are project items. These project items have content, assignees, which is an object of nodes to the array of type assignee, and content of the title, is archived boolean, our project type enum, well, union type really of string. Okay, I think that's typed correctly. All right, now let's double check repository. Repository milestone is then, oh, actually, hold on. This needs to be milestones. Type milestones. Is of type milestones. It has nodes of type milestone, singular, which then has our attributes. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. What a fun thing to write by hand. I think it's all typed, so let's make sure everything is exported. Export type. Assignee. Can we export star? Let's see, does this work? Only named. Oh. Assignee. Milestones. Organizations should still only contain that. We need projects or type. Projects. project, project content, project item, project type, projects v2, repository. Okay. I think we have everything. Can I now do a npm build filtering for packages / types? Did you mean npm run build? Yes, of course I would mean that. Why don't you just run it like that? Not found in your turbo.json, right? I need... packages / types. This is what I was encountering before. Packages.types not found in turbo pipeline. Yeah, so we have build. So everything that has build. I think it might just be something wrong with my thing here. We do version. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Our source is correct. That's within this. We have index.ts. Version is fine. Let's double check our package.json. Our root package.json, please. Types, UI, GraphQL server site. Okay, let's try this then. First, we need to delete this. We don't need this anymore. For now. For now, we don't need it. Cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah, milestones here. Let us do this. Const await. This is going to be organization of type organization. It's not going to know what the hell to do with that, which is fine for now. Okay. If I rerun this. How did I get the UI to build? That's the question. The npm run build filter. What comes up in my history? App/UI. Is it under apps? Did I move it there? Site. No. At Buddy's a Budgie UI? No. I wonder if it was just by virtue of trying to import it. If I do this under milestones and I do import type organization from at buddies of budgie /types. Oh, no, this actually... Yeah, organization is strongly typed now, so it did actually build... Did actually seem to build it. PM run build. Maybe start / types. Oh. Did build it. I mean, it failed, so it Build on API graph. Yeah, I mean, okay, this was to be expected. That's fine. But this is strongly typed now, which means what we could do is const is equal to organization. We could do, we don't need name. What we're wanting from milestone is we hover over repository dot then milestones. Nodes. We'll rename this to MS. So now all this is strongly typed. And if I rerun this in the right tab, cannot read properties undefined reading milestones. Which means I typed it incorrectly somewhere. Okay. Let's do a console log of organization. Rerun this. Organization name, so milestones is an object. So if we do an output of that plus repository plus milestones. Rerun this. Line 2 at 42. So it's complaining about this. But didn't it find it? Undefined. Oh, maybe... repository is an object. Let's see. All right. So we have organization, which has a name. It doesn't have any projects v2, so this is technically optional. And I guess technically repository is optional as well. We have repository, which is an object which contains milestones. Let us do this. We're going to do a JSON.stringify. So basically we're taking the object and we're converting it to JSON to output it here. All right, then we have repository. Within that, we have milestones. Within milestones, we then have nodes, which is an array of milestones. That seems correct to me. Organization. Or is what we're getting back. Oh, I know why. We need to do this. Const organization of declared, but its value is never read. Organization does not exist of type unknown. Do this. I don't think it's liking that. Oh, it works now. We'll do organization as this, right? Why is it not wanting to cast? We'll do response. We'll do const. There's bound to be a way to do it. Script object destructuring Set type with types. Oh, of course. So it's organization, right? And then you have to do is equal to the type of organization, where organization is this. Milestones does not exist under, yes, I guess technically speaking, because when we do the query, it might be undefined. What we could do is the following. Const, let's see, we'll want to do ms is equal to repository. We'll do organization dot repository. Let's see if that's defined. Do milestones nodes or an empty array. So that should be fine now. Rerun. Yes, we have data, which. What? Where's the data from? Oh, because it's data. Right. It's the GraphQL data. Okay. So that works. Let's just implement it for projects now. So we can more or less copy and paste this. And we'll do it that way. Copy and paste. Open this up. On this side, we're going to do milestone, and this is going to be projects. So we're going to have a query for projects. We're going to want this and projects v2 probably, at the very least. So we'll just actually have project here, which is going to be a bit annoying to do the definition for. Can I do it like t dot? Oh, I don't know. Not null field. Let's just do this. We're gonna do test, and we're gonna do type of projects v2 being used here as a value. I know. Yeah. Okay. What about type of? No. I don't want to have to duplicate that. Let's see. Nexus. But I guess that's the point of using their schema type things. So you don't have to duplicate all this. Okay, well, it's not too terrible. We're gonna do project. Within that we have items, so we're gonna need a export const project item. Project items, which is gonna be an object. Oh, this is just gonna be project. Object type. The name of project item. A definition here of type T. And it's going to be T and non-null Boolean. Public. Right? Yes. Oh no, these are the actual items. Shit. So this is content, which itself is a field or something like that. Field, I think. Field of type content, which is going to be of type, and we'll have export const project content is object. This is going to have assignees, which I'm just going to have here, export const assignee type. I know I could, well, yeah, I'll split this off. Okay. Object type, date, nexus. We're going to have definition. T dot. It is a nullable. T dot string avatar. Avatar URL, and then have a string of type name that's also nullable, I think, and URL. Okay, have this. Close this one out. Have assignees. So this is going to be content, name, project, content, definition, type T, T dot non-nullable field of assignees, which is going to be of type, I guess it's a non-nullable list of non-null fields of type assignee, which we need to import. Did that just import it from types? No. Import assignee from /assignee. Okay. All right. There's that, and then title. T dot non-null string of type. And project items, which are going to be content of type project content. T dot non-null boolean is archived. And T dot non-nullable. Technically, it's a string of type. My brain is exploding at this point. It's a string with the name type. Okay. We then have project. Project is items, which is a non-nullable list of non-null fields, items which are of type project items, which is no project item, plural. We have a boolean, which is a non-null boolean. So it means it has to have a value, and the variable is called public. And then we need title and string. The string of title and a non-nullable string. Okay. So we have all this. We then need our projects query, which is going to be, oh, yeah, do we want to get all of our projects, or do we want to filter by, granted, what are our filterable attributes for it? Let's see. Where the hell is this thing? Too many tabs open. Here. Okay, projects. For ordering. Can we filter? No. Can we filter in the items? No. So we have nodes. Or is it because it's edges? No. We have project. Probably just some like native GraphQL thing, filtering queries. GraphQL filter. So you do query. They have a hello, welcome. Let's see. Turns out there's no built-in filter function defined on list/arrays. Selecting fields on objects. So they have a filter input as an example. Yeah. Set content has a filter. But does this have a filterable? Closable, updatable node which has no. Because when we query, so if we go to organization, let's see, do projects v2, it's just the number. I could technically query for a normal non-v2 project. It looks like. Let's see, projects v2 connection. Have a query string. A project to search for. Oh, okay, so I can actually do like query. So if I do Budgie 10. Let's remove the milestone stuff as well. Don't need that anymore. That did not do what I wanted. did it? What is this quarter tiling shit? Budgie 11. No, that's Budgie 11 there. Query. Project to search for. Well, what is it searching for? GitHub GraphQL filter. Okay, interesting. So I think I just wrote it incorrectly. So it needs to be like title. Oh, of course, that makes sense. So if I was to do like title is like this. Does that work? It doesn't like double quotes. What about like this? Okay. I mean, technically it did something. Not quite what I wanted. If I go all the way down here, go title, it's Budgie space 11, right? Title. Query string type. Oh my god. Okay. Nodes topic with name. Language JavaScript stars. Let's try this. Query. Right, and then in our query variables, we're gonna have query string of title G. Invalid JSON. Yes, because it is not liking this. Oh, I guess it's not accepting. In my topmost query. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna accept. Yeah. Because it's not like a query thing, so. Nodes. We have organization by login. Yes. Then we have, it's not a repository, it's a project. repository. No. Node? No. Okay, well, I know a different way that this could be solved. So, well, roughly anyways. So I won't worry about it at this level. Let's just have this. So let's go ahead and grab this stuff. Copy all of it. Oh yeah, I guess I don't need this information either. Right, because I think that was information that is within. No, I guess it is all of it. Okay. All right. Let's do organization. It's not what it is. It's project. Field of type project. So we're gonna do this. Delete all that. Paste that in. And then here, what we're going to have is organization, which is then going to contain a project. I could actually remove that little. Let's see. Yeah, that's all fine. Then what we want here is projects as projects. Sweet. Organization just. So just a new question. How is theming gonna be when you go away from GDK? Let's say a libidwaita app with GDK4. Is it gonna be consistent? Probably not. I would like it to be, but the simple reality is that GNOME forces libidwaita and there isn't anything you can do about it. So if you don't like it, yell at them about it. It sucks, but there's only so much we could do. We could like make it so if you choose a dark theme, it'll choose Idwaita dark. Or if you choose a light theme, it'll choose light Idwaita, right? We can make that happen. But we can't like change your window controls to match. Or, you know, make like the GDK theme in a libidwaita app be completely different because they force libidwaita. So what about theming with iced/libcosmic apps? Well, I don't know what their theming system is like with iced apps, to be quite honest. I think just the reality is like, say Qt theming will be consistent. I think you're gonna have to live in a reality where the closest you're gonna get to consistency with Linux applications anymore is whether or not they follow the right color scheme. And by that I mean, are they light or dark? Because within that, you know, you might have a different GDK theme for like GDK 3 and 4 apps that aren't libidwaita. And then you have libidwaita apps which will have their own APIs and look their own particular way, in addition to application developers being able to force certain color schemes or completely ignore things on a Idwaita level. At least that's my understanding. In addition to all that, you then have Qt, and then you have iced, and then you have all the Electron stuff, and then you'll have EFL. So it's all just gonna be bad. It didn't have to be, but GNOME. With Qt GNOME platform, Qt can emulate GNOME UX. Yes, the closest, yeah. With Qt applications, it could look quite close to whatever the platform thing is. Would be cool at least automated, somewhat consistent. I wonder how Pop OS is going to deal with it. They're going to use GNOME apps out of the box, I guess. EFL sort of has a theming engine system, but I don't know how well it works for loading in like external themes as opposed to ones that you typically like pre-compile into the app. So we'll have to see. We're not quite there yet, but we'll try to figure out some solution. Let's see. Was there any compiler errors for this? So likely be locked into Cosmic Style. Yeah, which is like the same problem as Libidwada, right? Is it's locked into their style. Alright, let's go back to our Explorer here. And if we do projects, right? Which, what are you complaining about here? Basic resolve. The hypocrisy there is kind of startling and ironic, yeah. Like, we hate it because it's forcing us to style things in a certain way, and then we're gonna switch to a different toolkit. Which, I mean, props, like, I really appreciate the fact that they're doing that. Like, there's no two ways about it. We need more competitors in terms of toolkits in the Linux ecosystem. Because otherwise you're just going to end up with like a billion like React and Electron applications. And they're not going to have any consistency. But people aren't going to want to invest in using a native toolkit because then things are going to be so inconsistent and they're going to have to deal with all this platform BS anyways. So why even bother? But we need more competitors, and you know, when I last tried out Iced, there was a lot to be desired, but with System 76 investing in it, I'm hopeful that it'll shape up quite quickly, and it already has, to be fair. So cautiously optimistic. MMStick mentions on Reddit that they will try auto-generating themes from other toolkits. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd like to see an equivalent for Q GNOME platform for Budgie plus EFL. Right, yeah, I see what you mean. Well, I think Neil, you and I both we both want our apps to be consistent. So any sort of like collaboration there, I'm happy to engage in, of course. Just a bit early days at this point for it. So let's see, project. So we query for projects. Okay. Like, what is this complaining about? Query for project where we have, let's just get title. Cannot query the title and type query. Items, maybe. Oh, okay, there we go. It's passing that. Auto-generate themes can be messy. Yeah, that's why we don't do that anymore with Libidwada Qt. Outside of GDK, it seems every toolkit has theming/platform plugins. Let's do. Ironically, we need items within items. Hey, bro, I heard you liked items. So we put items in your items. so you can get all your item data. This assignee, which is going to be avatar URL name. And then outside of content, we're going to have is archived. We're going to have type. Outside of content itself. Oh wait, no, this is actually this, right? Content, then is archived. And then above that level, we have click and URL. So granted, actually what I want to do is filter. So all projects. And then const public projects. Do organization. Yeah, we'll do all projects dot filter. Filter key project, of course. P dot. And we'll just return public ones. What are you wanting? On type milestone. It's not on type milestone, you prick. Like it's very clearly. What is this? What is going on here? Root types query of query. Oh shit, this is projects. What's this? Type. It's not assignable all possible types. That's still extend. Let's see. Fortunately, running way scroll up. Let's see. GK used to back in the GQ days, but GK3 they got rid of it. Yeah, I remember when they had the old plugins. Haven't really heard many good things about Adwaita Q, specifically with Q GNOME platform. Unfortunately, running into users every once in a while that complain about bad-looking Q apps in GNOME. And then Neil says, the latest versions do quite well, though outside of Fedora, I don't see distributions offering it at all. Without Q GNOME platform, Q apps don't fully function properly in GNOME. They don't register with App Indicator. They don't get correct decorators. They don't listen to light/dark hints. Yeah. Okay, what's going on with this query? So we have, are we missing something? Did I forget to like add it or schemas? No, we import all the types. We have of type project, right? Items of type project. Oh my God. Let me refresh this. Maybe the explore thing's all. What the root? Just stop. I want a new query. Okay, Nexus. Nexus. What are you doing to me? Writing your first schema. I want a query. So that's called drafts. So it's getting it from, no. Projects. Right, and then on milestone, this needs to be milestones. Yeah. want a new query. No, I don't want, I want fucking projects. Give me my damn projects. We have a non-null list of non-nulls. That's all fun. Is it just bork? Let me like restart this serve. So don't worry, Josh. Arc theme seems to work. I mean, I haven't used Arc themes since like 2016? 2017? No, I think 2016. I want to say 2017 it was Adapta. And then Lada. And then Materia. But all of those are dead. Because it's almost as if people don't want to develop GTK themes anymore. I wonder why. When they're the public enemy of GNOME. You know. Okay, why is this? Can I refresh this? Yes, this stop theme in my app stuff. Yeah, what a mystery. Yeah, who would have thought that like people would stop developing for your stuff when you hate them for literally doing that? Is Materia theme dead? Yes. It's why, well, there's many reasons why I want to do this and why I'm going to, but for 10.7 I'm revamping the internal theme. And it'll have like a lot of like material design notes, which, you know, not everybody likes, and I understand that. But quite frankly, I do. So that's what is going on. Sort of like it's just that's how it's gonna be. But we're gonna have a refreshed internal theme, so it doesn't look decrepit and old, and dated like 6 years back, 7 years, even maybe. And then at that point, we bring back the internal theme option. That's the default, and then it doesn't really matter what your GTK theme is, because we'll use... What is Budgie's upstream GTK theme? There isn't one. There is no upstream GTK theme. There might be themes that we prefer and have a tendency to enable, but in terms of the theming for Budgie itself, like as you can see here, it looks very much like Arc, right? And that is because this is using an internal theme. So it loads in the style sheet and applies it to our GTK widgets. But of course it looks bad. Recommended themes at this point, none, because they're all dead. And that's kind of the problem, right? And that's why I'm trying to get like this website stuff out of the way, so that way I can focus on a new internal theme. So that way you could use whatever GTK theme you want, because we'll be defaulting, not forcing, but we'll be defaulting to a new internal theme that's going to look better. And then you could choose whether or not you want to have a GTK theme of like Materia or whatever happens to be the latest fashion that's supported, or none and use Idweta. And not have to worry about Idweta breaking Budgie, because obviously Idweta doesn't support Budgie desktop. So for a long time, Cinnamon used a variant of Arc. Yeah, so my understanding is basically the only theme that would really work would be like the Pocolo one, or whatever it's called, from the Ubuntu Budgie people. And that is a I want to say it's a fork of ArcGDK theme, but they at least like update it. People are unfortunately misconstruing themes with color schemes. Yes, I hear that a lot. I hear GNOME people all the time say theming isn't dead, blah blah blah, because you could change the colors. Which is great, except you can't change the height of a GDK header bar. You can't change the height of your buttons or the shape of buttons, right? You can't make them square if GNOME wants them to be rounded. Or vice versa, you can't make them rounded if GNOME was to ever change them to be square. You could change the blue to a red or a green, which is nice, don't get me wrong. Like, more personalization, I'm all for. And it's being done in a more consistent way. But it's also making it so you have to use their super set of widgets and their theme to make that possible. So, and that's why people like, it bothers me so much when people are like, oh, but you know, Yaru supports color themes. It's like, right, but Yaru is a fork of Adwaita. So like you have to be using basically Adwaita in order to achieve that. Why isn't this working? Query. I cleaned all this up. Let me just close this and go back here. GraphQL, yeah. What was it? 4,000? It's still only serving. I get the feeling that it is not properly building it. Because I have this extend type, which is of query, where you could query for projects, but it's not exposing that. It's only exposing the one for milestones. Oh my god, this is why. I'm a dumbass. Unsurprisingly, of course, but you know, I just thought I would announce it. I am in fact a dumbass. Wow, look, no wonder it shows up now. So if I do this, right, and we add content here, we add our assignees. I don't know why I was manually writing this by hand, but you know, there we go. Just click all the buttons. Let's see. Expected iterable. Main GNOME interest. Yeah, no. I do not remotely trust GNOME. Strobl exports the tail end of the GNOME 2/GDK3 era, and still recall the wild customizations back then. Themes, decorators, etc. Yeah, that I would say that was really the golden era of personalization. And now we're just starting to see a lot of, I guess, maturing in a bad way of Linux desktop, homogenizing various things on the desktop. So, backsliding, yeah, in a way. I do feel like it's a bit regressive. Although, ironically, at this point, if they were regressing, they would actually be adding features and theming capabilities back. So, they're not quite doing that. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Alright, so we have organization. Within organization, we have projects v2. Right? So, this is going to be projects v2. Which it looks like we got content for it. This doesn't seem quite right though. So we have organization. When we console log that, within that, well, I guess, yeah, within that we do have projects v2. Oh, is it titleized differently? No? And then within that, we have nodes. Within that, we have items. If I was to do this, dot, I should see, oh yeah, I guess it's like all projects. Don't think this is correct. Wrong layer. There. Okay, so we have all projects dot 0. No, that's not correct then. Okay, so when we query for projects within the organization, yeah, we have projects v2 here. Which contains nodes. These nodes have projects, which have items. Items. No, that is right. What if we did this? Let's comment this out for a sec. Let's see, rerun. Okay, so that is the content. We filter by public, and then we return that array of projects. Seems right to me. So we are looking for... Oh, right. Our type here is wrong. In fact, how did our type work here, actually? Because we're returning a milestone array when this is of type milestones, right? So this needs to be a non-null dot, right? T.non-null list of non-null projects. No, that should be right. Expected iterable, but did not find one. Let's see. So that's right, and then we filter. Which is then these. So same ones. And then we return them. It seems accurate to me. Let's rerun. What if we did projects? Okay, so that's fine. But once we do items, it's an issue. So we have projects. Why is this music so loud all of a sudden? Okay. Alright, so it's the items that are food bar. For whatever reason. Because those are items of nodes. So... items of... It's an object that contains nodes, which has project items. has content, is archived and all that. What if we only got title? Or no content? Are they nullable? They shouldn't be. So we do project. Okay, so we have a project. Our project contains a non-null list. Let's do nullable. Okay, so it's not that. Non-null list of fields. Let's do all of these as optional. I just want to see if it's an issue with these. Type project item. Yeah, like this music is just repeating at this point. It's like, yeah, here's 12 hours of free music. And it's like, oh, we're actually going to repeat. Stanford playing. What? Why isn't it letting me do mod stuff? Let's see. Can I? Okay, we'll just do this. What is this? Upbeat travel. Oh, that's literally a 3-minute thing. I do plan on streaming for more than 3 minutes. Synthwave it is, yeah. Like we've never heard this music before. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I just need to... How do I... I have no idea what this is from. Okay. Okay, projects v2. Get the first nodes, items. With this iterable. So this is no longer valid. Right? Okay, remove that and returns those results. We then have items. which should be a list in theory. Right? That list should be a project item. Of type project item. And then this should contain what if we eliminated this? Eliminate content, just have this. It's still not an iterable. Oh. What is this yelling about? Incompatible types. Promise of project array is not assignable to promise like. So we have an async. We're doing the thing of await. We're then doing just a console log here. That's normal. That seems quite normal to me. I'm not sure what's going on there. Alright. My God. What a load of output. Alright, so we have projects v2. Which then contains nodes, which we could get. So if we do this, add our items, it returns a list of projects with is archive. No, that's down here. Just Budgie. Scroll all the way down. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say whether or not we'll use Smithy or not, but I should actually check what they're using for Cosmic. All I know is not butter. May in the post, yeah. We're gonna have to cross that bridge when we get to it and see how. And yeah, like the problem is Smithy hasn't really. Not mutter is probably a good choice. Yes, that's the big thing, right? It's like not mutter, preferably Rust bindings that are modern and like up to date. Wayland forward, all that. Yeah, I mean, mutter has been a royal pain for us too, so. Let's see, so we have public, title, we have Euro. We then have items. Right? Where is it that I'm looking for? Oops. It might be that items is undefined and it's expecting it when we're iterating over this. Let me take a look at projects. So let's dump organization projects v2 instead. And rerun the query. I really need to. Let's clear this terminal first. Clear. And then rerun it. Muffin is poorly maintained. Yes, yes, Muffin is poorly maintained. Wayland code's run. Cinnamon has no idea what they're gonna do for Wayland. Yeah. It's kind of hard because there's no like really good just out of the box generic compositors that you can build on top of. Yeah. So with Weston though, right? So Weston Rust. You're supposed to use Weston RS. However, Weston RS got killed off because people wanted to use, okay, they recommend Smithy instead, if that makes any sense. But of course the problem with Smithy, as you can see, version 0.3, raising the heat from July 2021. Now, to be fair, they do actually have like work going on quite regularly, right? They just haven't tagged a new release. And maybe the idea is not to tag a new release. I don't know. I guess we could check their milestones. They have a 0.4 planned. WL Roots has official. I think this was intended to be. If I go to it, WL Roots. Let's. Sure, you can read that. And yeah, I was confusing it with Weston, but no, this WL Roots-RS, which are the Rust bindings. Now maybe they generate them in tree now. I can see. Yeah, this is the situation I'm in. And WL Roots-RS has been dead for 4 years, and says, as an alternative, consider Smithy. And WL Roots itself is now a read-only archive. Well, though to be fair, it's because they moved to GitLab. So we checked there, like it's probably fine. Yeah, it is. Pretty much every Rust Wayland compositor I know is dead or dying. Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to be Rust, but I would prefer it to be Rust. So, all right, but what's going on with this? I'd like to figure this out. So we have nodes. These nodes, within them, have items. I think content assign nodes is an empty thing, or wait a sec. So assigning nodes of non. Oh yeah, I guess we go. Assignees can be a null. Maybe it's a list. Let's just rip out all of the .non and see what happens. It's still expected iterable. Yeah. Might be better off not doing the compositor in Rust. Yeah, but you know, C. Writing safe C is like practically impossible. I kind of like the guardrails that Rust provide. it's just, I mean, bit of a frustrating situation to be in entirely. And I'm sure Ike feels the same way with delaying stuff, I bet, because that ecosystem isn't exactly the richest. So you have to, as far as I know, fall back to C bindings for things quite a bit, I think. So we have just yes, we have this. Yeah, but fortunately C to D is easy. It can be auto-generated. Yeah. I don't really want to like get invested in dealing though, to be quite honest, just because it doesn't really have the same, I mean, like market cap and what is the right way of saying it? Momentum behind it that Rust has. Yeah, I mean, I would want to use Clang over, well, Clang / Albion over GCC anyways, but do I speak any Finnish? I'm struggling to learn. I went to Doc, so sort of like a adult school thing here in Tampere years ago, talking 2015 to 2018. Studied 3 years, got certified, but the problem is sort of in the IT space that everything I do is in English. I'm literally streaming in English. The people I talk to on a daily basis speak English, so I haven't needed that Finnish, unfortunately. A lot of the services here are available in English as well. People are excited to speak English, right? Like when they find out that I speak English, that's what they want to switch to. Yeah, it's just a bit of a frustrating situation. Expected iterable. All right, let's see this. GraphQL. Expected iterable. Appears that what you're returning from your resolver does not match the return type in your schema. Right. So if we take a look, if we do a console log of a JSON stringify of the public projects, then is it like that in other Scandinavian countries too? I honestly have no idea. I'm very uncultured when it comes to that. Sorry. Alright. Let's see. So we have items. So we have an array. Within that array, we have an object which contains items, which contains nodes, which is an object which contains some of that data. It doesn't seem to be getting our like, what's going on here? Why isn't this working? Items, first 15 nodes of content. This part is all kind of foobar. I'm not really sure where I went wrong with this. The organization, we have a repository here. Yeah, and then that we have. So here within this repository, we have milestone. Right, so here we have project, type project. And this has a boolean for closed. So here we're looking for items, which has nodes. So I guess within that we would only have content, which we have here. Oh, it might be... Is it this? Will Budgie develop its own suite of EFL apps for B11? I don't know. So here's the way I look at things. We are not building, and I say this all the time, I've said it in the blog post, we're not building a product, we're building a platform. So the way I look at it is what you see at the moment. So you know, we have a control center. Imagine one that's developed in EFL or whatever for Budgie. And it has whatever is in the control center and whatever is in Budgie desktop settings all combined into one. And then you have, well, the desktop, right? There's not much else to Budgie besides those two things. Like, a lot of people think, oh, it's 3 apps, but in reality it's just 2. The thing that customizes Budgie in your system and Budgie itself. I don't know if we need other applications, and I don't know if it would be wise for us to actually go into that, as opposed to trying to work with good partners in the Linux ecosystem to either promote them to develop EFL apps or to collaborate and make sure that their applications look nice under our desktop environment. And that's basically all there is to it. I don't know why we would want to develop like a calculator and a file manager. I personally want a file manager and an audio player, but not within the context of Budgie desktop. Just within the context of, I think the existing solutions suck, so make new ones. Thunar is great. I use Kaya or whatever. Calculator, Notepad, and a few others are generally made as example apps. Yeah. And those are a dime a dozen. And to be fair, the Enlightenment desktop has EFL apps, so you could just use those. Like, they already develop a suite of applications. So. Hoping that Buddies at Budgie will be able to work with KDE Qt System 76. Yeah, time will tell. I think we don't want to put our cart before the horse. You know, what I want to do is get some very basic things sorted, like a window manager and a panel, right? I want to get those working, and Raven, like some of those bare bones. And yeah, a DE has to exist first. I'm not gonna like go and work on hypothetical things with KDE for something that might not come to fruition, right? And by that I don't mean Budgie 11 when it comes to fruition. I mean, like, I don't know. We're a small project, so we gotta be smart with how we use our resources. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, and it's already past 1700, so I know I haven't really gotten far. Like, you know, I was like, oh yeah, let's work on this, right? Oh yeah, I'm super excited. Haven't done a single GUI thing. It's all been GraphQL nonsense. But once I get this fixed, then at the very least, we won't have to expose my public key, which would be good. My GitHub public token. So we'll have a middleware, which I would have liked to avoid it, but
there's only so much you could do given the fact there isn't really like a public API for this sort of thing. So we'll have a middleware, and then we'll have these very simple GraphQL queries like milestones and projects when it works, that will allow us to query that information to actually use here. So could at least establish a relationship for Qt theming in B10 maybe. This was something we had in our Miro board, and I don't know if we did something in the project for it. Let's see. Yeah, investigate Qt theme selection handler. So it's an idea that we might pursue for B10, which is like making sure that if you were to select a Budgie 10 thing, like a Budgie 10 theme or an internal theme, we try to like pick something on the Qt side. I don't know how any of that's going to work, which is exactly why it's a draft issue with one paragraph, which is, hey, this should be on our radar. So we were just translating that Miro board over to tasks here. So, yeah. So WL routes library, XFWM is getting ported to user. Yeah, so I know Sarabit was asking for some help figuring out Q thing. Yeah, but he's already swamped with stuff, so let's not ping him about anything, please. Like, he right now is working on the Raven API, and that's actually for like a class thing, so he can't really get distracted by anything else. And then he has like 2 other things that he wants to do, like system tray and network applet. So this is like not a priority item. Like, it's okay for it to also be punted off to 11 if we need. So yeah, sucks that I didn't get as much done as I hoped. But on the plus side, we are able to, if I go to this, right, and I clean up all this, like, we could, well, actually, this isn't even the right thing. I don't know why the hell it's providing this. Let's see. Here. Like, if I query for projects here, like, we could get the projects, right? We just can't get the items within it. And then, we have milestones, so we could also query for milestones. We can get all the closed information and the titles. And this sort of filters all that information and provides it here. So this sort of calls out to the GitHub Graph API and then returns the results. So yeah, it's not too shabby. And this will be useful for auto-generating the website stuff. So I'll still need to figure out how the CI/CD is going to work for... Oh, actually, no, I won't have to. I think it will... If I run Next.js as a server, it'll be fine. Because then it'll do the caching through useQuery by itself. And then I don't have to worry about that. It'll automatically refresh. So problem solved already. I won't have to rebuild anything. So we just make a modification to a task or a milestone or something, and it'll update the website automatically. That's the idea. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be streaming next time, as is usually the case. Mostly because work is sometimes very busy, and sometimes I lack energy to stream more. That doesn't mean I won't continue working on this in the background, though. But with all that said, let's head on over to opencollective.com/buddiesofbudgie. So, if you would like to financially support Budgie Desktop, then you are more than welcome to. This money is used for infrastructure, and it's used to compensate others such as Sarabit, Eben Yeager, and like Foster Edom and so on for the work that they do. So I want to say thank you very much to those that have financially contributed. It's really appreciated. It allows me to actually have robust infrastructure as an example. And what it provides us is some wiggle room to do hardware acquisition, like Raspberry Pis and RISC-V hardware when the time comes. So let's see. Would this setup be able to scale with demand? Yes, that's why the infrastructure is designed the way it is. It's all using Kubernetes with scaling and all of that fun stuff. So yeah, it's supposed to be able to handle hugs of death, but we'll see. You could plan for it, but sometimes shit happens, and maybe like Ghost has problems, or the backend database does, or whatever. Yeah, Budgie on mainframes. Yeah, S390X, exactly. Yeah. Still blows my mind that Fedora compiles for that. Alright, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you on the next one, which, if you want to know when I will be streaming, then I would suggest following my Twitter at twitter.com/Strobl. Or you could follow Buddy's a Budgie, and I typically announce it there. So I posted yesterday, hey, did you know that we actually have roadmap stuff, and I will actually be streaming it. But of course, if you're not a fan of Twitter, that's understandable. We are actually over on Mastodon, which I want to say is mastodon.org, which I can never actually remember. No, it's not Oh, it's Mastodon. Well, mastodon.org/@Strobl or /@BuddiesABudgie. Either one. And you'll basically see the same information. So, corporate customer moment. Sequences. Yeah, on Fedora now. Twitter's more reliable than Twitch notifications, unfortunately. This is true. Yeah. So, if you want to know when I'm live, or when I plan on being live, or when we do cool stuff like a roadmap discussion workshop, follow us on Mastodon or Twitter, and you'll know then. We're also on Matrix, so we actually have a Matrix community. The easiest way of finding that, I believe, is on our blog. So this, will sort of be deprecated when the website is out. But on our current blog, which is blog.buddiesabudgie.org, there's up in the top Matrix space, and you can chat with us there. So, yeah. Postal dude, I have no idea what that is, but okay. Anyways, catch you all next time. Goodbye.